Whoa. Oh, man. Yeah, trying to be a grown up and have a drink or two after work. And today I feel terrible. So much for adulting. Hello, my friend. Hello. It's good to need you so. Good old Neil Diamond. Yeah, I know what I know. I know what I know. Right? And I said it and it started going down, and people were probably like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. It's Skadoosh. Fubar. Fubar. Can't keep a good man down. Where am I here, my rich? Oh, I'm getting there. Oh, we're getting there. I was trying to buy something too. What was I buying here? Yeah, I was gonna take a shot with that Xerox. My computer ain't working. Bro. Give me this freaking thing already. Come on. Oh, come on. That's a crock, man. Thank you. Trying to grab a far out SMCI call also. That's the most I'm going. Freaking stock's getting destroyed. I shouldn't even have to up my bid, man. Yeah, I ain't going higher than that. Screw these people. Gap up. Toasty. Fubo straight line. Let me see. Oh my god, 420. Whoo. Woohoo. That's what happens when you bring the stock down for no reason. Right back to trend line. Going back to trend line. Yep. DraftKings new lows. My goodness. This poor stock. What'd you say? Toasty? Toasty! Oh, baby. Right at the line. Too damn good. Stock hit almost 39. Look at that. We're on the up and up. And they're off. Check GT real quick. A GT, place to be. GT, look at that. Stock is up $1 basically just in the last couple of days. Outstanding. We want the funk, bing, 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 gotta have that funk, meow. We need the funk, bing, 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 gotta have that funk. Yep, we got a lot of earnings. Emba, yeah, chilling off those low twos. Oh, yeah. We're chilling. GT looking to go higher. So, trying to remain humble, but did technically just call AMD twice, actually. So, I mean, these options, when I first mentioned it in the morning, those options moved over 100%. I mean, whether you sold or rebought when I just mentioned it, obviously, you're up. Oh, yeah. We want the funk. Gotta have that funk. Oh, yeah. Why does it taste so sweet? Oh, nice. Okay. I didn't even know you could buy options on that, but that's cool. Uh, in general, that could be a good one too. If you didn't want to, if you didn't have the capital for the shares, because that is, yeah, like 1/10 the price of AMD. So, obviously, stock just went on a run. If markets pull back, something like AMD can definitely sell off. But, like long term, if you wanted to hold like AMDL, I mean, chances are AMD's probably going to get over 300 in my opinion. Hey, Lucio! Good morning, good morning. Yeah, AMD should really be like, I mean, again, it was down going into earnings, and now they initially tried to bring it down after earnings. We looked at the report together yesterday. I mean, it looked like a pretty decent earnings release. This stock should be like 255 right now. I mean, it really should be at least back to kind of where it was here, as you see. Not 257. All right, fine. Mid-range right here, as you see, like 254-ish. Like, that's really where the stock should be. So I'm curious, again, if we saw this little overreaction, right? And we're just going to have, like, this long stepping kind of throughout the day. It really should be up. It really should. Disney red because it sucks. DraftKings, poor company. They're going to drive this company out of business because some other schmuck did some shady shit. That's crazy, man. We want the funk. Damn, that's really crazy, man. But like we say, I mean, again, even when it was in the 30s, I mean, we were getting $50 price targets. So, if we liked it at 30, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. GT staying up. Okay. Yeah, I know we got some earnings. We got DraftKings coming up. We got Snapchat coming up. Couple of names out here. Hey, he figured out how to live. Oh, yeah, it's going to 40. Yep, right now. Right about now. Stepping along. We want the funk. Gotta have that funk. I don't know, man. Ask Grok, maybe. The answer is always money. Oh yeah, she's a fire pistol. H-Graph out here changing lives. Let him know, Killian. Let him know. These people are confused, you know? Oh, man. We want the phone. Yep, we're just chilling. We got H-Graph, live quote 275, MBOT 206. Oh yeah, so it's funny. There was the guy in here yesterday, whatever his name was, like White Tiger Labs or whatever, right? And he was right with his nonsense. Oh, look at this symbol, right? I'm up 200%. And then apparently he followed me on X. So I click on his page on X. Somehow, first of all, he's following some other schmuck that obviously was talking about this stock. That's why he's in here talking about this stock. If you look on his page, you could see he basically blows this one guy and like reposts everything that he talks about, even though the guy's not that good. I scrolled down his page, honestly, looked at his Twitter alerts and what he was talking about, what he was reposting. I mean, the guy literally is nothing special. All right, and I'm not just saying that to talk shit. I'm not being salty. You know I'm real. If someone's good, I'll tell them they're good. Somehow, explain this to me. Somehow, this person that's following this other schmuck, right? Somehow this guy who started his X like, I don't know, 6 months ago, has like almost 7,000 followers. And I got like 300, right? And I'm not knocking the grind, but I just don't understand how this is possible. I mean, do we just assume that they're just paying other people to grow their following? I don't know what to make of this. And I see other people on X and it'll say they have like, like 1 million followers. And then when they post something, like the post will get like, like 800 retweets or something. And it's like, if you got 1 million people, shouldn't you have like 50, 100,000 people like retweeting? Probably dragged them over from another platform. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It seemed like there was so many like other burner accounts that might have also been him that were just like blowing that main account. And again, I'm not trying to be a hater, but honestly, the account wasn't anything special. And the guy's sitting there with like 6,800 followers. I don't know, man. I don't know. It just really blows my mind. And I mean, I was making videos over the years and over the months, breaking down stocks, explaining why there's value there, doing updates on the moving. I would do earnings recap videos. I would do earnings predictions. I'd be in here trying to do option trades for you guys. Now I've been streaming live 3, 4, 6 hours straight a day for the last like 3, 4 months straight. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'm trying to do a little bit of everything and cover all the bases. And we're stagnating, and somehow these random people who do not offer a tenth of what I offer, somehow thousands, millions of subs, of followers. How is this possible? I mean, this is the way of the world now, and you make a channel, or you start a community, and then you just like pay for other people to pump up your community. Like it's not even really about like organic growth and actually intriguing people to want to follow you. I don't know, man. I'm just thinking out loud, but I just laugh. Guy came in here 2 days in a row talking about this stock. He's already up big on, and then he follows me on X. I do some digging. I find out he's blowing this other guy and like working for him or some shit. Eh, I don't know. I don't know what's going on, honestly. Just blows my mind, man. No, I haven't tried TikTok because I thought that was like, oh, I'm gonna make a 10-second video of me doing a stupid dance. I don't know who would be on TikTok looking for stocks. Just makes no sense. And I know everyone always talks about these different platforms. However, to my knowledge, I believe YouTube gives you like the highest percentage and pays the most to content creators. So, like, what? I don't understand. It just makes no freaking sense, bro. It really makes no sense, man. Like I said, I gotta freaking grab a phone now and start doing these dinky little videos just to reach these freaking. I don't even know what generation they are. What are they? Gen Z, freaking liberal arts majors, or whoever the frick is on this platform. Like, I gotta go on Stock Twits and make an account and waste my time there just to get more on. Like, come on, man. I don't have time for this. Like I said, man, so damn sad, bro. So damn sad. And people don't realize that every X trading and investing account and every schmuck on TikTok that's giving you predictions, people don't understand that these are like 22-year-old schmucks who may only be holding some money because A, they got blessed with a freaking raging bull market, crypto market, however you want to tack it up. And of course, they got handed free stimulus money to play with, right? Because none of them were investing or had money to invest before the lockdowns, right? You lock everyone down, you give everyone 10, 15 grand, all of a sudden everyone's a freaking day trader, right? Hey, Thorny, what's going on, brother? AMD price target raised by Truist from 273 to 279. 279. Stock 249. GT for the win. Bro, really asking me about Fubo? Really, bro? You know how I feel. Why am I getting messaged? Oh, these people. Wow, look at you, huh? Moving mountains with those powers, huh? Spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. Medicine go down. Medicine go down. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep. Another day, another dollar. So, uh, done. Done with people. Like I said, everyone thinks I work for them. Oh, I can't. I can't, man. And we're getting some green. No, 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 no. All right, brother. Yeah, I'm just convinced, though. I honestly think all these social media numbers are nonsense, bro. A nonsense. Like I said, even something on X, bro. Like, usually, like, it looks like everyone goes on X, even just for a few minutes. Even if you just scroll for a minute, find out what's going on. Fucking siren as soon as I start ranting, right? Right? Go ahead. You son of a bitch. As I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, it looks like this on all platforms, though. And, you know, I might be crazy, but, you know, you guys let me know if you start paying attention to this, too, and you start seeing this also, because, like I said, there's people on X, and it'll say, like, 1.3 million followers. And then something they post, again, will get, like, you know, like 800 or, like, 1,000 reposts. Which doesn't make any sense. And same thing on YouTube, actually, to tell you the truth. There are people who have, you know, a million, 2.5 million subs. And then if you, like, pull up a video, like a random recent video or something like that, you know, it'll have, like, 40,000 views. And it's like, shouldn't you have, like, much more interaction than what we're seeing? Bots following that they pay for. Yeah, see what I mean, man? That breaks my heart, man. That really breaks my heart. It's just a shame because that means that all the quote unquote popular influencers aren't popular. And they aren't influencers. Right? Average person on X, million followers. I mean, they probably truly have like 50,000. I guess it's the same thing on YouTube. You see some schmuck with 3.5 million subs, he's probably got 100,000 real people. That's just so damn sad, man. Like I said, I tried to do a couple of different things on the channel, but, you know, BS titles and, you know, clickbait thumbnails, and I'm telling you, that is not the way to do it, man. That is not the way to do it. And you notice, too, again, not everyone comes in these streams. I understand people are working and shit, but you notice, too, like, the bulk of people that join us, for the most part, are kind of serious and actually give a shit. Even if they don't listen to what I say. So it hurts, but at the end of the day, again, we had, this whole time over the last couple of years, we had a true organic community. Like I said, I never tried to pull anyone in with thumbnails. I never tried to promise anyone the world. Which is probably why the channel has not exploded. Because if you look up, like, oh, how do I get more views? It'll say all that. Oh, use catchy titles, you know? Use a eye-catching thumbnail. It's all bullshit. Yeah, I'm just going to keep sticking to the guns, baby. Absolutely. Love you. Appreciate the support. The Tumbleweed. What's going on, bruh? You know, I wish that I had just these girls. That I had just these girls. HG for the win. Oh, we got two Jessies. And Marcel, what's going on, buddy? Marcellius. Marcellius Maximus. Oh. Oh, you're talking Hamilton. Okay, very good. Very good. Awesome, brother. Awesome. That was your business, YouTube? The YouTubes? Detail shop. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, detail. You can make good money detail. It is a lot of work, though. If you do it the right way. Yeah, that's why, again, I totally agree, Marcel. Totally agree. That's why even some people, you'll notice people come in here and they try to give me or us in general like the cold shoulder, right? They come in right away with an attitude because they think, oh, just another stock guy, right? These communities are all the same. It's all the same nonsense. No, no. I'm doing things different, and I don't care. I really don't care if it takes 8.5 years to blow up instead of 6 months like some of these other blessed freaking rookies. Approachable and refreshing. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That is true. Yeah, it's definitely better than that. That is true. That's good, though. You do detailing. That's good work. Hope you're doing well. Who was the other Jesse? Where's Jesse Jungle at? Who that there? Jesse Jungle. Being overrun with Jessies in here. Oh, that's you. Oh, okay. Welcome to the jungle. Man's like the predator out here, just walking around the jungle, scoping things out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm happy Fubo got some life. Very nice, very nice. And again, those of you who were going to hold it for the longer term, again, Disney has 70% stake. And we can double check. I don't know is it going to be next quarter's earnings that we'll get Hulu numbers, but either way, again, if you guys wanted to hold that for long term, that's now going to be like a Fubo Hulu combo business now. Yeah, markets were slipping though last couple of days. Seeing a little bit of green right now. Boo boo. Oh my goodness, I forgot about that one. CNXC. Yeah, this one they brought down after earnings. Oof, Yeah, they're beating this one up. I mean, could bounce off the fib. They could potentially drop it. But I believe... Yeah, this one in general, again, going into earnings... I mean, I know it's down big, of course, so... People want answers, but... I liked it at 50. And I like it even more here. The revenue is there. This, in my opinion, is not too much of an issue. We got 2.4 billion market cap. We're getting paid a dividend to own this one. Right? A lot of people forget about that. Getting 3.5%. You're trading 8 1/3 times earnings. 8 1/3. Look at the float. That's a very small float. 40, 50 million shares. That's nothing. That's nothing. EPS, again, you can see, look, tiny misses the last 2 quarters, but we're curling, we're staying up, right? That's why, again, sometimes you have these little misses with some of these stocks, but it's about the, the stability you have to look at as well, right? The sustainability. And the EPS looks solid. And again, even though we're slightly missing, we're curling upward, looking for above $3 a share next quarter. Revenue, look at this, just been solid, slightly holding, high 2.3s, going into 2.4 billion. Again, 2.4 billion a quarter. Company has a market cap, 2.3 billion. Look at that growth over the years. Just look at that growth. Up to almost 10 billion for last year. All right, so companies bringing in 10 billion a year. They're paying in dividends. Market cap's a quarter of that, right? I mean, we can recheck the debt and stuff. Again, EPS, as you see, could be kind of hit and miss. Revenue's been solid. Check the yearly. Look at that. Tiny miss there. Solid. And look, we're expecting almost 10, over 10, 10.5, almost 11. So we're expecting the slow, steady growth to continue. Dividend paying out, right? We haven't missed any dividend dates or anything. That's a good sign. Yeah, we got a lot of debt. 5.7. Debt technically down. Cash flow and cash up year over year. There's a lot of boxes it's checking. There's a lot of boxes it's checking. And that's what I mean. It's like, even if you want to put, let's say, revenue, fair value at like 10, 11 billion and change, and then you want to subtract this 5.7 billion, right? Because it's debt, so you want to, take it away from that number, supposedly. I mean, you'd still be left with 5-6 billion of, like, company value, And the market cap, again, is 2.4 billion. So that's why I know they beat it up and we were early because we jumped in at earnings there, but I mean, again, we can easily double from here. I mean, we can easily get back to 70, 80 like no problem. That's conservative, I think, in my opinion. This is a good, stable, growing stock. It looks like they pay a dividend. They're consistently increasing the dividend, paying it out on time. You know what I'm saying? And we could check the share count again, but they could buy some bonds on it as well. As you see, we only have a handful of analysts covering it, but everyone's pretty much bullish for the most part. Lowest price target here in the 50s, basically where it was when we first looked at it, right? 50, 54, 53 and change. Average price target about 64, 65. So that's what I mean. The analysts see what I'm relaying to you right now. They see that there's value there. They see that there's growth there. Again, is the timing going to be perfect? No, unfortunately, again, I spoke about it at a bad time, I guess I'll say. Whatever, I'll take it on the chin. A lot of people did see 7, 8, 10% profit immediately, though, because there were people who bought that dip at 43. So they're not down that much. They're down about 10%. But, yeah, we ended up breaking below this trend line here, and markets have just been dropping and been really volatile. So we're seeing sell-offs, in a lot of names now. But again, something like this, see the difference between something like this and even like a Palantir, believe it or not, is that, yeah, they're both growing, they're both generating revenue, but Palantir got pumped to the moon. This one is, as you see, I mean, yeah, it's been bouncing around, it's been up and down, but it's kind of been just kind of chilling, right? It's just kind of been chilling, whatever, 40, 50 a share. They didn't run it to 178, and now they're bringing it back down to earth. You understand what I'm saying? So, I still like it. I still like it. And again, you know, when it comes to stocks like, well, not really this, because it's only been like a month or two, but, you know, when it comes to stocks like Fubo, perfect example, or SMCI, right? MBOT now, it's down, people want updates, what's going on, and then when it explodes, they cry. Always. They should have known. I kept talking about it. They should have bought more. That's when they cry even harder. So, like I say again, at the risk of being too forward, I know what I know. And if we're looking at 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 correct calls, if this happens to be one of the incorrect calls, I'll take it, but I doubt it. I doubt it. I mean, are we out of China? No, we're in California. We've been around a couple of decades. And real quick, I will check the share amount again for you, because I forgot. Look, equity consistently growing for the most part, up to 4 1/3 billion. Cost of goods just kind of steadily climbing with revenue. Everything looks in proportion. Op expenses up a little bit, but you can see op income was holding. Again, yeah, it's been down a couple of quarters. You know what I'm saying? If every fundamental metric is not perfect and they want to beat it down from quarter to quarter, you have to deal with the short-term volatility for the long-term growth. That's why, again, this from quarter to quarter, yeah, fine, I understand it, but at the end of the day, everyone's missing the big picture. In my opinion. Yeah, look. What did we move here? Really just a couple of shares. I mean, you know, we went up, then we went back down. So we've basically had a share flat count. We had a flat share count. Excuse me. Got a low float. I don't know, man. Again, I like it. You know, and the problem is, again, even if we find a decent, potentially undervalued stock like this, I need to remind people again, we pump markets to the frickin' moon. So if we start selling off, yes, something like this absolutely could sell off with it. And if we're early, so be it, shit happens, right? It is what it is. Big rant right there. I think HII is a good play for next year once they get budget passed. Trump wants more naval ships. Yeah, I said that back at $215. To my knowledge, not one person owns shares or calls on HII. Stock up 50% in uncharted waters, hit all-time highs, and no one listened to me. Delhi, good morning. Long term should be fine, agreed. For the moment it sucks, but I'm in for the long term. Dividend also nice. Yeah, no. There's a good price. Right? Because we're kind of talking mid-range, right? A stock that's 30, 40, 50 and change a share, right? Like it's a little chunk, it's nice, but at the same time, it's not too expensive. And like we said, business overall looks stable. As you mentioned, you got the dividend coming in to tide you over. I mean, if you want, you could collect the dividend. If you want, you could reinvest the dividend. I would personally reinvest the dividend. But again, that float is not that big, man. That float is not that big. And I'm telling you, if we get some good news or whatever, or we get, you know, some earnings 1 or 2 quarters down the road, they decide to bottom it out in the technicals and then start to bounce it back. I'm telling you, in my opinion, this one's going to be good. So this one's going to be good. And you can see, again, it's been trending downward for the most part. But eventually, it's going to tighten and pop. You know what I'm saying? So, in my opinion, it's good. What's your prediction for the Supreme Court potential ruling on Trump's tariffs? Didn't they just, what did I see? It was like yesterday. Oh no, was that something in California? Damn, I don't know, man. Hold on. Because I feel like I see so many, like, headlines, and then, people will post stuff in the Discord, and I just forget half of the stuff I read. UPS plane crash? I love how no one's talking about that. That's terrible. At least 9 unalived, 11 injured near Louisville Airport. Oh man, that's terrible. I mean, I don't know what the Supreme Court. Yes, I believe they just heard oral arguments. Okay. Was it really? It was loaded for Hawaii? Oh, that's even worse. Those poor people finally getting relief, and the plane goes down. What a tragic, horrific story. Yeah, I mean, technically with the tariffs, I mean, I don't see how this is ruled against. Again, everyone might not like Donald Trump. The Democrats might have to give him pushback when and where they can, but, we went over this from an economic standpoint. The American consumer market is the most sought after market. So the fact that anyone is importing goods here and not paying a premium, i.e. tariff, is getting unbelievably blessed, and don't understand that that's really not the way it's supposed to be. So not only do I support Trump's tariffs, I believe that the Supreme Court really has nothing to say. And honestly, I'll jump down their throat too, because I'm not necessarily 100% on the Trump train. I consider myself a full, constitutionalist American before I consider myself a, quote, Trumper, right? Because he's technically all right, but he's not perfect, right? He's not freaking Madison out there, But I forgot what I was gonna say. But I support these tariffs. No. What I was going to say was, yes, the Supreme Court. Sorry. The Supreme Court, let me tell you something. Again, not trying to be one of those people. Not trying to ruffle any feathers with anyone in here, but let me tell you something. Back in 2020, when all that nonsense happened, and a bunch of people jumped up and they were yelling, fraud, they did something, blah, blah, blah. As a country, we should have shut everything down and launched a full investigation. And people, might come back and say, oh, well, you probably wouldn't say that if your guy won. And again, I will say, regardless of who was winning, if Trump was getting 80% of the vote at the time, once they randomly suspended counting in Georgia, and we all saw the graph, right, the chart of the Democrat blue line vote number jump straight up like a freaking stock that just received a buyout bid, right? We look at charts every day together. We know what a straight up spike is. That means Buffett just took a position, or the company just got offered a 30% premium to get bought out. That means something just happened. And if you're counting votes, there's no way a couple of 100,000 came in for one candidate without any coming in for the other candidate in that time frame. That's literally impossible. Not even improbable. It is impossible. And that's why as soon as that happened, I don't give a crap if Trump had 92% of the vote. As soon as that happened, we should have stopped everything and launched an investigation. And I go on that giant rant because all of that was brought to the Supreme Court in 2020, right? And they didn't want to look at it. They didn't think it had any validity. There was no argument. There was no need. So the Supreme Court technically is supposed to be our last line of defense and supposed to be completely unbiased. And whether they like Trump or some people wanted, the other person, it doesn't matter. You're the Supreme Court of the United States. If people are walking up to you saying, we have evidence of, some potential freaking fraud that might have taken place, you have to look at it. It is literally your job description. That's what you do. So, again, getting a little, passionate here, but I will say, in general, as an American, the fact that the Supreme Court didn't even look at something like that, I don't even care anymore. I don't even care anymore what the Supreme Court says. Because they're obviously not American. And of course, people were more religious and faithful and loyal and supportive of their country and love the country and were in full support of the Constitution 200 years ago when it was just recently written and established. And guess what? At that time, we had tariffs. So if 30, 40, 50 years after we established the Constitution in the country, we had tariffs in place, then guess what? These people bitching about it, talking to the Supreme Court, all of this is a waste of time and a waste of resources. It is 110% constitutional. We did it 200 years ago. We could do it today. What the hell is everyone talking about? End of discussion. And in my opinion, it is time to go after people who are un-American and who are literally here and in the system to make everyone's life more miserable, basically. All of them. All of these people. All of them. And I don't care what it looks like. I don't care if the bulk of them are Republican, Democrat. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Get them all out of here. The problem is nobody really has balls anymore, so. I mean, it's simple. But people just don't want to be the rude schmuck who takes care of the problem. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Vince? How you doing? Yeah, this one should be alright long term now. Oh, AMD! AMD! Yeah, had that little prediction arrow yesterday, but in general, you guys understood. Definitely, again, we had this initial drop. I mean, some people panic. And remember, some other people might be sitting there with size saying, okay, this could go from 250 to 300, 310 maybe. But I was looking at XYZ, and that might go from 7 to 11 and a half. You know what I'm saying? So some people might have just exited because they felt there are better, quicker opportunities. But in general, it was an earnings beat, and it was a good quarter, as expected. And now we saw AMD go from red to green. Hit 254 and a half. Consolidating back down to moving average, it looks like. Now up 1% on the day. Alright. I am not rich yet. GT. GT. Look at that GT. Look at that GT. Ah. GT. Yeah, I know it was a bad call, and I hate to start sounding like a prick, but once again, these DraftKings criers are starting to bother me. Just getting a little bothered here. Thank you, my friend. I don't know what specifically you agreed with, but I appreciate that. GT. GT. Good for you. Good for me. DraftKings almost back to flat. RIVN just on the up and up. Again, I know they've gotten above like $1 billion revenue and they just beat earnings. I can understand a little pump here. The problem, though, in my opinion, is the losses. The bleeding. And I promise, if this wasn't, what is it? Like, right? Jeff Bezos' company or whatever, they would have been out. Just like Lordstown Motors and all the other ones we used to watch, right? Remember all those? Yeah, they're not even listed anymore. Mullen, remember Mullen? Oh, Ricky Ricardo, good morning, good morning. GT price upgrade 10 to 11. It did? It's not showing it here, but very nice. So, again, yeah, 10. That's top range right there. Perfect. Bang, bang. I came for the stocks, but honestly, it's always interesting what a reasonable American is thinking about. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No. See, yeah. Well, the problem is, again, you said reasonable. And that's the issue. That's the issue right now, is that so many people have become unreasonable. End of story. And that's what I mean. It's like what I said before about in 2020, when we had they stopped counting and all of a sudden, Trump was leading. Oh, but then Biden was leading all of a sudden. Like, as soon as that happened, that's what I mean. Like, 80% at least of the country should have gotten pissed off. And people are like, oh, look what the Republicans did, January 6th, because they didn't want to accept the result of the election. First of all, yeah, I agree with them, because again, I'm going on record, we absolutely should have had an investigation. Hands down. Hands down. So I do agree with them in spirit. But I will say this as well, right? As I mentioned earlier, just because it was Trump losing and not Biden losing, you only saw one half of supporters. And that was an issue. And that's what unreasonable Democrats will never admit to, right? Because we all get that. That's all simple logic and common sense. And that's the problem, right? Because Trump lost. They didn't understand. They didn't agree with January 6th or whatever they said happened. But at the end of the day, it should have been Democrats, Republicans, frickin' Libertarians, everyone up and down should have been in that crowd asking what the fuck just happened. But people don't care, and they're taking it for granted, and it's unfortunate because it's literally going to be like a massive bell curve almost. Like where our country started out. We went through a lot of crap, and then we started building it up. Beautiful, boom, you get your big bell, right? And now we're on the way down, and pretty soon we're gonna like fizzle out and get back to flat. It's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate. And we definitely could blame, the media and potential wealthy influencers, controlling, manipulating other people and stuff. That absolutely is a part of it. But also, in my opinion, people just took it for granted and people stopped paying attention. Because people used to pay attention. And, when milk would increase in price, 5, 10 cents a gallon, people would protest, take to the streets. Freaking, they used to do it for gasoline. If they wanted to, whatever, build some rundown apartment building for, drug addicts or something, like, you know what I mean? Like, the people would, take to the street. They would care about the community. They would look out for their neighbors. They would pay attention to what was going on in politics, how these politicians were voting, how does it affect our Constitution, our rights, our liberties. And people just, like I said, people willfully ignorant. That's what it comes down to. Americans have become willfully ignorant. And when the 40, 50% who are trying to pay attention and trying to kind of maintain that American constitutional vibe, when they stand up and they're like, yo, listen, like, your side is doing this, this, and this, like, y'all are committing treason or whatever, right? People don't even want to hear it. People don't even want to hear it. That's going to be the downfall. Deutsche Bank upgraded them? Okay. Yeah, GT probably going to be on the up, but similar to what we saw with Swibby, kind of, right? We were chilling, we were looking for a break-up. We ended up breaking down back to support, and then we bounced, and then they had earnings. They've been up. Let's check. See how Swibby's doing. Okay, back down to 9 1/3. Yep, look at that. Right after earnings, brought it all the way up from 8 to about 10 1/3. Brought it down about $1. Quick little reset. Right, you could see, bang, right? That's kind of trending upward. So, yeah, have that bounce. I mean, we might come back down there, but we should kind of start to bounce there. Again, Swibby, another kind of under the radar, forgotten name. Oh, man. GT, GT, good for you, good for me. Wow, I'm looking at my account and I'm like not rich yet. What's the problem? Who do I blame for this? Huh? Whose fault is this? Let's go back to AMD. There's a snake in my boot. I need more coffee and shit. I'll be right back. holding up. Fubo still up. Very nice. I actually need one more minute. Sorry, I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry. Nature calls. Yeah, I always sit here. Sometimes I gotta get up. I gotta do stuff, you know? Gotta go to the bathroom. Gotta get more coffee. Speaking of which, I need more coffee. Thank you. AMD ready to pop higher. Let's check how we're doing. See if I'm rich yet. Nope. Nope. Good old GT, huh? Hmm. Hmm. AMD. Ba-da-bum bum bum. Ba-da-bum bum bum bum. Bam, ba-dam, bam, bam. AMD. AMD. Hey. Ayo. Ayo. Truck backing up. Looks like it wants to go even higher. Oh, baby. Hello, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, take the money and run. No, take the money and run. I should have gotten filled right there. Trying to sell. We're playing games with my heart. Hey, we sold. We sold. About 175% return on the AMD call. Not too shabby. RIVN to the moon! To the moon, Alice! To the moon! Keith in here doubling up real quick. Double up. baby, I love you. Early. So, alright, let me tell you what I bought. I bought a freaking call on Xerox out to 2027. I grabbed like a leap on SMCI out to, I bought December 26 call. AMD kept going, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Oh, I knew it. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, could have got more. I knew it. I knew it. Oh, yeah. Big jump there. Big jump. How much is that doggy in the window? Honestly, you could probably buy puts on RIVN here. These people are crazy. Crazy man. Freaking AMD for the win. For the win. GT up almost 10%. Honest up 2%. Whoa. Whoa. Easy, Nelly. Yeah, AMD, that's why I was saying AMD should have been like 260. I was confident it was going to go higher. I personally only had one call. And also you can see how we were kind of tightening, and see how tight we were getting there. So I thought right around here we were actually going to like see a break out of the wedge, even if it was momentarily. But I mean, if you listened at any point when I was talking about AMD this morning, obviously you should be up very nicely. Oh yeah. You know how the community sucks because I personally made a couple bucks on AMD and Nobody even congratulated me, man. This freaking Discord is whack. Draft King, back to green. AMD for the win. Happy for you, brother. Congratulations. Congratulations, damn it. Congratulations. What time is it? 12:40. All right, I'm going to get more coffee. I'll be right back. Oh, it kept going like I knew it would. Son of a bitch. It's okay. That's okay. I guess I'm not that upset. AMD for the win. Everything's just climbing now. Cause this is thrilling. Oh yeah, a little techno. Okay. Are you guys rich yet? Wow, AMD, bro. Oh, damn. Damn. Damn, damn.
Why is it so? I got the heat on. Is your heat? Is it hot?
It's always hot. Yes. It's always hot. People think they know what they're doing. They don't know. Yep, checking the account. Nope. AMT. You son of a gun. Could have made even more money. More money. More money. Let me see. What's it up to now? Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. That's what it is. Oh. Yeah, we did pretty well. It's good. It's good. It's all good in the hood. What am I hearing? Somebody's blasting some emo music right now or something. What are people doing, huh? It's ridiculous. Check that GT out. Bang, look at that. GT, baby. Nice and quiet today. Excellent. People ain't in here busting my balls. Beautiful. Uh, I wish people, when they pump music, I wish they played like good music. Mm-hmm. Uh, mhm. Again, they could bring this low. I think LAC is looking good right here, though. Still a little bit of a longer term play. Could trade it, though, if you want. Look, see, market's rebounding. See something like Disney, Bailey Green. That means it wants to go lower, bro. Look at that. It's chilling. Bailey wants to hold this freaking trend line, bro. Oh, man. Next Thursday, earnings. Next Thursday. I'm in some calls. Couple of calls. If you want, you could straddle it just in case. Which means playing both calls and puts, if anyone was unaware of that terminology. I'm gonna go into the basement too. I mentioned I was gonna try to find like my Series 7 book and stuff, and maybe start making videos talking about all that stuff. Wow, lemonade up 35%. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah. Still going. This son of a bitch. This son of a bitch. Be right back. Okay, sorry. Okay, everything's still up. Okay. Fubo. RIVN staying up, huh? Oof, look at that. That's ready to go higher. That is ready to go higher. And now it's technically... See what I mean, bro? Like, it really should have went down, not up, but they broke it up. It's amazing. Okay, so let's... Yeah, that's like right there. Yeah, about another 2%, maybe it can climb. I don't know. I mean... Huge beat? That's a huge beat? I mean, it's a beat. It's not a huge beat. AMD beat better. It went red first. Alright, Lucio, be safe. Right? AMD beat better than that. It went red first and then green. And this is just, oh, on the up and up here. Huge beat. Huge beat. What a crock. Full year loss outlook 2 to 2.25 billion. End cap spending of up to 1.9 billion. That's 4 billion right out the door. Launch its lower cost. They can't afford to do anything at lower cost. What? Reiterated outperform 16 target with error ready. Despite rising costs. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I said, maybe some of these people took a position, so they're pretty bullish on it now, but I disagree. Price target cut to 13 from 15. That's what I mean. Goldman knows. Uh-huh. Yep, record for sales before the expiration of the EV tax credit, which means once it expires, demand's going to fall off a cliff, right? Things will be tough for the rest of 25. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, you know, they can bring it up today, pump it to the trend line, make the shorts cover, but I wouldn't be a buyer. I'd bet against it. And again, you know, the technicals, we could see like a flash pop up here to like 1605 and get above the trend line, but it really should reject and come back down. And that would still, even if it rejects and comes back down here, I know some people might not want to hear it, but you would still be maintaining like that stepping pattern. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I mean, wow, look at AMD just raging. And that's what I mean. Like something like AMD, they'll probably bring it up to 260, but like AMD should be like 270, 280. If we're going to see this kind of reaction here for this, now I'm curious. What was the freaking... Now I'm curious. Oh, you son of a bitch. Trash-ass EV stocks, bro. Short float 21%. Oh, garbage. Garbage. Yeah, they're all bullish on it now. Whatever. Oh my goodness. If only I knew. I could have made a lot more money. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, that kind of sucks now. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Random. I mean, what was I saying yesterday? What was I saying yesterday? I said it should go from red to green. I said the stock should bounce up. Stock should be at like 260. I'm a funny guy, right? You laughing at me? Everything's okay. Don't worry about it. 259. Oh. Oh, fuck. Shit. The Raging Cajun. What do we always say? Can't keep a good man down. Look at that. Look at that. Bang, bang. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, it is close to record high. Okay. Okay. What are they saying here? Price target raised from 250 to 300. AMD. AMD. Zach's estimate, baby. Yeah. AMD price target raised to 279 from 273 by Truist. Video, bang, bang. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. It's nice. Maintain outperform Wedbush. Price target raised from 270 to 290. Maintain outperform by Evercore. Price target raised from 240 to 270. Buy a benchmark. Price target raised from 270 to 325. I respect it. Maintain buy Rosenblatt. Price target raised from 250 to 300. Maintain buy at Stifel. Price target raised from 240 to 280. Price target raised to 260. Morgan Stanley. That guy sucks. Equal weight. What a schmuck. Trying to build a position, that's why. I mean, I know markets are climbing steadily right now. We also do have yields up pretty nice right now. I mean, we've seen yields climbing steadily all day for the most part. Yeah, we might actually see another rejection here on the dollar. It is up though. I don't know. I have a feeling we might see like a 343 drop again or something. I just don't trust it. I just don't trust it. Does Palantir look at RIVN? Palantir. Palantir, honestly, probably ready to drop down again. I'd say Palantir puts, in my opinion, right here. Palantir puts, right here. In my opinion. Uh... Hmm. Oh, yeah. I see Bitcoin with a nice bounce back. Oh, baby. Damn. Yeah, I knew it too, but I gotta make sure I lock in profits when I can. Freaking AMD call I had is up like 330% right now. Hey, Joey Bag of Donuts, how we doing? Guess I was a little early with the Palantir puts. Yep. Ah, yes, Joe, welcome. Congratulations. Oh, gotta make sure we hang on to that badge. When I start recruiting my personal security in the future, I'm gonna look at the badges. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, I had a new card myself recently. Huh. Hmm. One more little pump. Hey, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-ba-dim, ba-dim, ba-dim, bing, bing. Um, I mean, yeah, I guess. I think it's on sale right now in general, but yeah, I guess if they, don't post a wider than expected loss or anything, we could see a little pop. Could be a good play. Pop. Personally, I'd roll the dice with DraftKings calls, in my opinion, and I like Snapchat also, Snap calls or shares, whatever. I don't even remember who you are, Mr. Xander. Ugh. I'm all stuffed up. Me. Me. Waiting with the shares. Okay, very nice. Very nice. Okay, very nice. uh, 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 uh. Go to Weedle, go to Weedle, go pop. You're not sucking me in early. You ain't getting me. You ain't getting me. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Let's go. It's got one more run. Let's go. Mm-hmm. 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 Come on, give me a little bit more. Spy puts, VXX calls. Gotta be in it to win it. There's a little break. Yep. 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 Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, beep. Uh, yeah, we make money moves. Money moves. Yeah, sometimes it's too quiet in here. I don't know. Like, you all grab those SPY puts. I mean, should be looking good right now. Tesla Palantir gonna start pulling back. BXX going up as SP going down. There you go. Look at that. Breaking things down 9-10 points for you already, huh? Look at that. Dubs in the chat. Dubs in the chat. Killian, changing your life day by day, going to the moon. Oh, yes, yes. Why does it taste so sweet? Oh, yeah. Dub in the chat, dubs in the chat, dubs in my chat, dubs in my chat. And I mean, again, I didn't have the day trades or the settled cash to even jump in that, right? But like I said, I'm a nice guy, right? I wasn't asking anyone for any money. I just threw it out there. I mean, people could be up hundreds, thousands real quick. Like I said, I just chill and wait. One hand washes the other. I really wish we had more honor in this community. Because a few of you make me want to make you more money. And at this point, anyone else sucks. Just gonna pump it back to the moving average. Uh-huh. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Whenever you're ready, sweetheart. Whenever you're ready. Uh-huh. Whenever you're ready. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Look at this bullshit. No way. It's gotta go down. I don't buy it. Gotta go down. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so hairy. Look at this European in here trying to talk shit. Are you even allowed to speak that way in your country? On the internet? Europeans. Gotta love them. You're dealing with a little bit of bullshit right about now. A little bit of bullshit. Yep. Yeah. Her name was Leia. She was a princess. Oh, stocks only go up. Let's go. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. Wow, how resilient. With the dollar still green and yields going higher as we speak. Whenever you're ready, sweetheart. Pretty sure I have the same freedom of speech rights as you. I am from Britain. They cooked over there. Yeah, you know what the difference is? I can say whatever I want, and you're pretty sure you have freedom of speech. Britain's gone. Dilly Bob. Welcome back. S&P showing a little bullshit right about here. Oh, look at that pump. Oh, look at that pump. Yeah, we only had to pause for, 7 minutes. That's it. That's all we needed. What a crock. Yeah, actually, I said like SPY puts and VXX calls like right here before the break. And I mean, obviously, it could have been a quick flip, but it should start kind of stepping down here. Unless they just faked me out and they're going to wait until like 3 o'clock. I think SPY puts though. And remember too, we got earnings coming up, right? Who do we have? We still got DraftKings, we still got Snapchat, you still got a bunch of names. So you know, if you guys don't like the index options or something, you could just do earnings or whatever. B&G, okay. Bought more Snap, okay. Okay, very nice. Okay, okay, very good, very good. Ah, very nice. Very nice, my friend. Yeah, those two names, again, pretty beaten up. Just kind of a little bit of a roll of the dice, but whether it's shares, which are very cheap, or even like leaps, which were pretty cheap, I have a feeling that kind of like the rebound, the revamping of the value in those names. I think it's coming. I think it's coming. Again, maybe a little early, right? That's my trademark, but I think we might be right. Unless, of course, some random political nonsense happens and the markets start tanking. I have no idea. See, we bounce here off this fib. Looks like we're tightening, though, into a wedge. We should reject and make a lower low here. Should really come back down to here. See this key level right here? About 68.15 is kind of where it should be right now. Little bounce back down. Oh, my back. All right, you guys watch this. I will be right back momentarily. Hold on, what I miss? Hello, good evening from Denmark. Oh my god, another person from Denmark. Get out of here. What are the chances? Hey, Big Lou, what'd you miss? You missed jumping in AMD in the morning and watching it run 12 point. That's what you missed. Probably already talked about this. Any thought on Snap earnings today? Yeah, I'm in some calls. Uh, I know you don't really do options, but it's pretty cheap right now. I mean, stock's at like 7.5. So if you wanted to buy some shares, I'm just banking that hopefully they see a pop, and should go back to like 880 or something, like $9 maybe. So that could be in play. Yeah, sure, go for it. We got DraftKings earnings coming up. I know some people are kind of like, some people want it, some people are like, I don't know. Understandable if you don't want to play DraftKings. What else? HG tightening. Back above that trend line. Back above that top line resistance that we were watching here. Step back up. Looks like it's just the last few days. Yeah, it looks like it wants to form another ascending triangle and pop back up. That's what I think. Hydrograph. Had Goodyear tire, Lou. You see Goodyear tire? Huh? Yeah, it does look like it's ready to pop, right? Seen that Goodyear tire, Lou? Day by day, brother, day by day. Fubo! Can't keep a good man down. Stock just rallied freaking. What's that? Quick, like 20-30% real quick. Yeah, you know how to pick the winners over there, don't you? Fubo up to 420. Hey, CXW. Yeah, let's check that one out. Core Civic, robots in disguise. Earnings, this is showing me, yeah, today. It was showing it on the 6th, so I thought it was going to be tomorrow morning. But, yeah, looks like we have CXW today after market close. Look at that, right? And at 17, people are like, what's going on? And what do I always say? If we liked it at 18, 19, 20, we love it at 17, 16, 15. Right? Didn't you guys ever see Boiler Room? It's an average down for you. It's an average down. And now if we get a good earnings report, it's Kaddish. You understand? It's Kaddish. Oh, baby. Hello, baby. Beautiful bounce back. Right above trend line. Tried to test it again. Look at that. Bounced off it and held. What's that? 5, 6 sessions in a row. Tightening. Earnings up 3% going into earnings. Skaddish. Skaddish. Hopefully. Hopefully we skaddish. And we don't. Wow. Look how strong SPY is. Wow, look at the spur. Look at the spur. Baby, I love you. I wanna be with you now and do. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Dealing with a little nonsense. Dealing with a little nonsense here. Dope, dope. Dope, dope. Uh, yeah, Maybe. I don't know. It's tightening, though. Right, so where are we? Look, we opened up. Right, had a drop, big spike up, run up. Now we're kind of wedging again. What are we looking for? 10% growth. 2 billion. And they lost. Alright, so they lost what they're estimating this time last year. Okay. Yeah, look at that growth, man. I don't know how they're beating it up so much. Wait, and they were looking for what? 1, 2? 1, 4, slight miss. 1, 4. They post 1, 5. 1, 2. They should beat that. Yeah, I mean, again, just remember, even if they drop it again, let's say hypothetically down here after earnings, you have to remember, right? The analysts are looking at the numbers. They crunch the numbers. That's why they all have targets, again, at like 46, 51. So they know what it's worth. So whether it's here right now or it's going to be here tomorrow, the smart money is accumulating shares. Because at minimum, it's worth this, right? So even from this level, you're looking at least potentially 50% returns from here. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I mean, for the most part, their earnings have been pretty nice and been on the up and up. So I'd give them the benefit of the doubt. Oh, I put in a cheaper price to buy more DraftKings calls. And because it just dropped down, I've got them now. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? S&P still staying up, huh? What a powerhouse. Oh, look at that. What a powerhouse. You see how tight, though, and how flat? It's almost like... It's almost like it wants to go higher, but they can't let it go higher right now. Oh. Also could potentially be setting up to frickin' explode up here, so... I don't know. I don't know. We were initially correct, though, and we should have remained correct. Might just be keeping it flat until 3 o'clock. Who knows? Yield's still up. Dollar's still green. We want the funk. Gotta have that funk. HGraph quote 282, MBOT 209. All right, I'm looking for a breakdown out of this potential triangle. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Son of a bitch. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. In about an hour and a half, we're gonna be having a lot of fun in here. Hopefully. Let's go. Come on, show me potato salad. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. 51. That's close enough. Look at that. 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 Rudy. 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 There it is. Boo! You suck. Boo! Boo! You suck. Boo! 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 You're not gonna. Nope. Nope, you're not gonna. Nope, you're not gonna. Oh, for crying out. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Nope. Aha. 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 Look at this. Rejected. Where's all my NBA Jam fellas? Rejected. No, this is fake news. Yep. Yep. Oh. Oh. What a crock of a candle right there. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Rejected. Rejected! Ha. Boo! Ha ha ha. Rejected! Whew! Whew! Uh. You didn't say the magic word. Uh. Uh. Rejected! Yes, Lou, very good. Very good. Jurassic Park reference. Boo! Boo! Up, low. Low. They're gonna try to pump it, but it's gonna reject again. It's gotta reject again. It has got to reject again. Huh? Yep. 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 Rejected! Boo! Boo! You suck! This is fake news. What's going on up here? Rejected! Oh yeah. Approaching the power hour. Feel the power. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. What I miss? SMCI shares looking nice. Yep. Sell before earnings, buy back in. Yep, yep. Yeah, I used to speak about that all the time, with shares and calls. If you want, you can get in and ride it up, just like you said, going into earnings, secure it, and then yeah, wait to see what happens, and then reposition. It does look flat here. I mean, again, of course, they could break it lower. We know that. Maybe about 41 and change, but I still say, again, like you can see, like when they drop it, they start to rebound it. And even here, it pops on earnings and then it dips and then it rages. And then it drops on earnings and they beat it up for a few weeks. And then it climbs back up to where it was. You know what I mean? And then we dropped it and we're going to chill and we're probably going to, you know? Oh, my sinuses. But yeah, we're looking, again, they said, between 10, 11 billion revenue next quarter. I don't know, man. I like it. And all it takes is one big quarter, one big announcement, one big activist to take a position. That's all it takes. And that's why, again, what was it? Last earnings, right? They were looking, it could potentially spike up to 100. That's what I mean. Like we were so much higher, they beat it up. And I understand. But, as we know, the revenue is there. The demand is there. AMD, bull flagging. Oh, man. Yeah, it looks like it wants to go higher. It looks, yeah, it almost hit 260. I said 260 this morning. Yeah, they might do a little bang bang. They're probably, again, previous highs 267. They came out with good numbers. It's not crazy overvalued. It's like Nvidia Lite, right? It's like the backup player for Nvidia. So there's value here, and that's why, again, I think they are going to bounce it. I don't know if it'll happen tomorrow, but, give it over the next couple of days, over the next week or two, you'll probably see this, like 270, 280 hitting highs. Where was it? 227. Okay. And that was it, right? That was the high of the high. Yeah. Again, same thing. Back at the firm when I told you guys I was working at the firm during like these years over here. Same thing. When I told you about Nvidia back at like $8. Same thing. AMD. Yeah, it was like 270. Yeah, it was like $3. And at that time, they like were just getting into graphics cards, I think. But like they were still running at a loss. But yeah, Nvidia at the time, yeah, was like $8-9 and change. Freaking AMD was $3 and change. And I remember saying, like, man, if I had money, I'd buy shares of these companies. Over the years, these are probably going to be huge. And I mean, again, even if you didn't play the entire run-up, I mean, the freaking thing goes from 2 to 20 to 30 to 60. Nvidia, obviously, to the moon, but that's why I'm saying, if you can find the right companies and you can find the right cost basis, the compounded growth is exponential. What'd you pay for them? What are they worth? I was a broke student. Yeah, yeah. But again, of course, we know. I mean, you know, they're great calls by me, of course, back in the day, but we know a lot of them are hindsight. A lot of them are hindsight. Because also, we know that there are a lot of stocks out there with, you know, decent fundamentals. Look at something like PayPal, right? And they're keeping it down. When in reality, the stock should be like flat at 100, or, you know, it should be up slightly, even year over year, because the company is growing. So, you know, again, you could have made that prediction years ago on something like a PayPal, you know, and then you turn around today and it's like, it didn't really do much. So it is all hindsight, but yeah, I just had a feeling that like the graphic age was going to take over for the next couple of years, and that's why I was pretty bullish personally on Nvidia and AMD. Paid 150, worth 130. I mean, it does look like it's ready to pop again. Yeah, we didn't quite get back to the line. Yeah, see, I don't know, because what was it, 307? You gotta hang out. You gotta hang out. You gotta give it like 5, 8 more minutes. Yeah, still tightening. Very light volume. It's about 500,000 shares today for HG on the Canadian. Oh, I have to sneeze. Oh, yeah. There it is. And you guys were saying I should set up a camera, bro. Yeah, you kidding? I got this huge Italian schnoz, bro. I'm over here sneezing and snorting and stuff, bro. Just listen to me talk about stocks, bro. Don't worry. Don't worry about what I look like. The room's a mess anyway. You want to see some freaking garbage and shit behind me? Come on. Just focus, huh? Focus. Man, like you had the AI feeling back in 2019. Kind of like same thing. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, the stock is already, like we said, stock is up huge, thousands of percent on both exchanges. And, again, you know, I don't want to jinx it, but technically not much really happened yet. So as we said, as we get more catalysts that we're updating, you know, like you were posting the picture or Instagram, whatever, all these little updates are building strength and building stability in price. And that's why even if it remains flat for a little while, it's okay, because if and when hopefully a catalyst comes in, oh, we got an order, whatever, we added this to the facility, right? Anything like that, that's going to cause it to pop and start to run. And then it's going to get trending again, and people are going to talk about it. Oh, did you hear about this? They're about to start producing graphene, you know, they might get an order from freaking whatever. Because I do feel that with the data to back it up, again, they put it in polyurethane coatings and stuff, they were saying, and it like protected against the UV rays a little bit more efficiently than without it. They put it in cement, and they were able to use less cement, but it was like 17% stronger and more durable. So that's why when you show people that, right, people who would manufacture cement would probably want graphene to put in their cement, right? I mean, doesn't that make sense? Been speculated the automaker is Honda and Rolls-Royce is aerospace. Yeah, yeah. And again, even who was it? I think it was that guy Vivek Ramaswamy. I think I saw him on X or whatever, but you know, he was just like talking to people, but he mentioned energy and the fact that like we had supply lowered with demand still there, so obviously prices went up. But he mentioned again the small modular reactors, right? The SMRs that we know Rolls-Royce is doing. I mean, in general, Rolls-Royce has been great. And even on the what's Honda on the Hang Seng, I'm assuming, but even the Chinese listed stock, that's Chinese, right? Not Japanese. But I know those stocks are doing well again, even on the foreign exchanges. But either which way, again, like we were saying, it really doesn't matter if we're talking about putting it into cars, putting it into cement, you know, putting it into frickin' coatings and paints or whatever. In my opinion, the orders are going to come in. Bro, let them know. Let them know what's really going on. I love it. Cut right through the nonsense. I respect it. Yeah, that's why I said even, you know, even if they want to keep beating it up a couple of more cents and stuff because of like the new offerings, I mean, all of those shares came out at like 190, 205, right? 210, I think. So that's what I mean. Like that's why it seems so stable right here in the low twos, because I feel like they can't take it any lower. And from this point out, it either has to flatten out or start to climb back up. And it really should be able to reclaim like 3 and change, no problem. I mean, it was up to what, like 460 or something like that. So it should be able, again, conservatively, climb back up to 3 and a quarter, 3 and a third, and hang out there. And hopefully wait for the next positive catalyst. Vivek. Why, you don't like Vivek? You know who he is? Don't tell me what to do. Fubar! Little pop right there, Fubar! Oh, that's it? All we gotta look at it? That's all we gotta do? Should have told me that weeks ago. Full market release expected at conference in April 26. Full market release expected April 26. So now, even if you didn't want to, quote, be married to the stock, as people say, and you wanted to get a flip maybe in the next couple of months, but you wanted to see a nice chunky return, this is a situation where, as we all kind of see, hey, Philip, how you doing? As we all kind of see, MBOT is kind of near a support level at around $2-ish. And what's the saying? You buy the rumor and you sell the news. So we, quote, buy the rumor now for MBOT. People should, in my opinion, start accumulating shares now. And then even if you want to hold for 5 months, once that announcement comes in, if nothing else happens in the meantime, then that may be the catalyst that really breaks it up and out to whatever, you know, $5, $6, $7, $8, and then they sell. But we have a limited market release of the Liberty System, Microbot Medical, starting to come online. Good old MBOT. 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 Came down here again. I really thought we would hold this, and then when we broke, I thought we would hold that. But it just continued to test all of these lines. But you can see down all the way here, 198, right? Again, those shares, as we said, were issued, what, like 195, 205, whatever it was. And it came right back down to that $2 range. And then we actually had a little bounce today, right? So we may, just hang out and then start to climb up. Yeah, it has been pretty light volume. Because I think people got in here and then, but also again, look at the volume for the most part that looked like came in. And look at how little it looks like has come out. So I do feel like it's still pretty widely held. What did I miss? Said hi to Philip. Mbot make me able to retire my parents. Very nice. Alma, how you doing? DraftKings, yeah. I mean, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. The estimate on the revenue seems a little low, in my opinion. So I'm assuming, well, again, I'm leaning like 80, 90% in favor of them beating earnings and hopefully popping back up to, I don't know, 32, 33. Something like that. Fubo! Look at that. Bang, bang. Right? Big red candle up and down. People like, what's going on? And then Fubo's like, you know what? Hold my beer. Bang, bang. 420. Fubo going to 5. You heard it here first. $5 stock. It's a $10 stock. It's a $12 stock. I don't know what these people are waiting for. Seen a lot of hate, man. Seen a lot of hate. But just remember, first video on my channel at $1, I believe. Stock hit a high, 645. And held. Not bad. Not too bad. I do give DraftKings the benefit of the doubt, even though they completely destroyed this poor stock because some other schmucks were doing shady shit. So, I don't know. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, again, Fubo, remember, Fubo now, that ticker symbol that we were just looking at, now has the Hulu business coming into it. They like merged the whole thing, and it's under the Fubo symbol. So that's why some people aren't even really watching what's going on right now, and they're expecting to hold for the next at least 6, 12, 18 months and get the growth from the Hulu. Fubo's the reason the fan channel. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Was it Fubo? Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, Fubo was a really good call. And again, it was a situation of just perfect timing. Honestly, if I go back, if I'm honest about it, right? Because look, you can see I have arrows, like over here and stuff. So I was talking about it like here in the low ones. Was it back here? I don't know. I'd have to look. But either way, it was in the low ones. And you can see before that, I mean, the stock was down and down. The stock was down and down, really in trouble. And like I said, I found it. I saw it was like $1. And, they were talking about, oh, yeah, we're going to, get our costs in line. And, the path to profitability and all that. But I was looking at the revenue though, and that's what I mean. Like the revenue was there, like it seemed like a product that a decent enough amount of people wanted. And at $1, it just seemed undervalued. And you can see, again, even initially we had the run up to above 2. So we had people like immediately double their money, and then pulled back to the low ones. And then it bounced, right back to the high ones. It was bouncing around and boom. Then we got our big announcement. Yeah, you missed GT. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Yeah, we looked at that one earlier. I'll get back to it in a minute. How many shares did you add today, H-Graph? I didn't have much cash. I added like 60 shares, full disclosure. I have more in MBOT in this account right now, just because it kept like slowly dropping while Hydrograph was slowly climbing. And I didn't want to average up like a piker, so I decided to continue to average down on MBOT. Which could possibly turn out to be the right move. I mean, who knows? Only time will tell. I like them both. But, oh, thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I had a couple of bucks. Had a nice little return on AMD call earlier. So I took like a chunk of that and rolled it into more H-Graph shares, yeah. MBOT, I'm holding 3 lots at a cost of $289. Full disclosure. I said 3 lots, right? I like to use terminology and keep you guys speaking the right way. I got 3 round lots. You could Google that real quick and see what that means. A little finance terminology for you. Good old Fubo with the bounce back. I'm glad. Look at how flat this S&P is since crossing below this support trend line. How crazy is that? Just saw this comment on your first MBOT video popped up 50%. There's a bad stock, don't buy. Yeah, there you go. See? Every day we try to learn something new, whether it's large or small. You also have 3 lots. Ah, fantastic. What's your cost, though? Probably like $235 or something, right? Holding a couple of lots in here. Ah, see? I'm good, huh? I'm good. Yeah, no, that's good, though. That's good. Like I said, even if it like slowly climbs back up to 3 and change, I think these names, the Hydrographs and the MBOTs, I think these are names that I think it's worth accumulating shares, because I do believe that we do start to get some good news snowballing in. And I believe that the shares are going to be in high demand, which is just going to really spike up value. Average 213. Nice. Nice. And that's why, again, every time if I had a little cash in that account and I saw MBOT, oh, now it's down to 240. I was like, oh, I'll grab a couple of shares of that. And then it was down to 220. I was like, oh, I'll grab a couple more shares. Doesn't matter. 234. Gonna be worth a gazillion in a few years. Siemens salesman steps up his game in spring. Yeah, Siemens was a good company too. I know. It's hard to keep track of everything, but I used to talk about like the bigger, larger companies, but people didn't seem very interested. I would speak about like American Express and stuff, but like I don't know, nobody cared. So it seemed almost as if like there just wasn't investors out there who were even looking at these stocks at all. Yeah, it's gonna be big. Heavy at 270. Thought it would break the trend. Yeah. No, it did. It looked like it was wedging to me. I mean, again, I'm guilty for mentioning it as well, but it really did look like it was in that pattern, and I was expecting a bounce back again, even to like 3. And apparently it broke and dropped lower. But still technically up. Again, first founded at $1. It's sitting here at $2. And it's gotten some good news. And again, just recently, the Japanese patent, and, now they're, doing a little test market run here. So, these are good updates. And in my opinion, I think a stock that was, just worth 3, 4 and change and was kind of holding that value is now on sale at $2. And now we get a break. Look what do I always say, bro? What do I always say? I know what I know. And now you get a break. Here we are at, 320 freaking 3 or wherever they decided, and bang, that's where the break happens. Amazing. Prediction says 579 mid-April. Okay. I mean, again, that's almost a 200% move from here, so phenomenal. Stocks like MBOTs are the ones that could spike. Yep. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. The medical sector. You know why? It's almost like a perfume business, right? Like the margins are just huge. But also, not only do you have some healthy margins, but if it's effective, right? That's the big. If you can prove effectiveness in the healthcare industry, that's where big value is. And, sometimes, we know, someone else came out with a pill that helps a little bit, kind of like this other pill. Like, yeah, like I understand, those are good updates here and there. But I'm talking about something that can be truly effective and become like the norm in every doctor office, in every hospital, right? You know what I'm saying? And that's why I think, in my opinion, I really see big scalable value for MBOT. And also, again, people might try to compare it to something like an Intuitive Surgical, ISRG. And if you look at the business, how it, just increased in value over the years and slowly continued to snowball upwards. They see the growth over the years. They see the market for it. They see the margins on it. That's why, if you're going to see kind of a similar kind of replication of ISRG, then the writing's already on the wall, Basically, people now are watching it just hoping that no huge negative like defect comes out. And if that doesn't happen, and it's effective, to the moon. To the moon. That's just my opinion. And again, though, in all fairness, I even had that opinion, again, over a year ago, before I even personally had a position in the stock. So, like I always say, you can't bring my character, my motives, any of that into question. I do work in radiology. Depends a lot on the price per unit. Yeah, no, of course. But just remember, over time, also with the way the manufacturing works, as the volume increases, right, the cost per unit is going to decrease. So hopefully it will continue to get, more and more streamlined. MBOT has 100% success rate. Excuse me. If we analyze the graph, we can see that each time it touches the resistance, comes back to resistance at the same time span. Exactly 8 months. Yeah, no, yeah. But overall, it looks like we're still in an upward channel, so that's why I still like it. At least 110% success rate. Wow. Main selling point is that their machine refuses a lot of X-ray exposure on the hands of the people in the OR. There you go. That's a huge plus. That's a huge plus also. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good. And again, I'm not saying, they start, bringing it to market and they get $1 billion order. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we have to be realistic. That, that's not what I'm saying. But as we know with these companies, you get a little order here, you see a little pop, people get excited, stock hangs out for a little bit, maybe some people take profits, boom, then maybe you get a price target upgrade, then boom, maybe you get a buy rating over here from this company, boom, you beat earnings, boom, you announce you get another contract, you know what I mean? We start to snowball with the positives, like we used to speak about with NVIDIA, if you've been a follower for a while. Reduces X-ray exposure. All right, yep, we got you. And scientific papers that MBOT shared, the product have benefits for patients and also the professionals which are suffering with the current tech used. Yeah, no, that's why I said once, just like the graphene, right? Once they roll it out and they start using it in crap, and people see like, oh yeah, it's good stuff. That's it. Then you should start growing from that point on. In theory. Sky is the limit on the stock like MBOT if it can execute properly. Yep, of course. In this case, the material they need to use to protect from radiation, use continuous X-ray. Yep. I appreciate that, Slick. Again, we are speculating, of course, because we're speculating value because we've yet to see proven revenue yet, right? So we're speculating on the growth of overall business here. So again, we are technically still speculating, but I think we're on the right track. Yeah, and what I said earlier, huh? I said we should pull back to like 68.15, right? That's what I mean. They always delay it. That's why I say all the time that in my opinion, this is like BS, bro. Like who was holding this up for freaking 40 minutes? Like we broke the support here. So we were supposed to bang, bang. And that's what I mean. Bang, bang. And even if they wanted to bounce it a little there, like just do it here. Do it. Do it now. Such a waste of time. My goodness. I mean, I don't mind sitting here hanging out with you guys, but, I'm sitting here, like, staring at this freaking index for an extra 2 hours straight. I made the call here, but I'm right here when I should have just been right here. Jeez. Unbelievable, Slick. It's just getting out of hand at this point. Yeah, they're going to get an $18 billion order. Don't worry about it. Oh, the toast is breaking. Did you toast it too long? Good times. Toast popping up to 39.42. Stable. Stable. Chilling at 9.25% right now. 50 soon, yeah. Yeah. I felt it was undervalued. And, yeah, they came out with a nice little report. And we are off to the races. And you can see, I believe, let me look at this trend line for you guys. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Alright, hold on. Okay. So this is from the lows, the end of 23, connected to the low right there, April 7, 25, cutting across, right? This was technically bang. We came down here and made support, right? So we came up here. I'll even change the color for you guys. If you're colorblind, obviously that doesn't matter. But you can see, right? We came down, bang, tested the line, still above support, broke support, tried to hold support, broke support, bounced around for a few days, earnings back above support. Do you see? Do you see? So now... Oh my goodness, so now 44.12, 44, 12, yeah, we'll keep it orange, everything's blue. Yeah, we could do it like that. Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect. $52. Even if we don't completely, right? Even if we do one of these, what are we again? 44.12. Even if we do this, it would be there. 47 1/3. Potentially another 20% roughly from here. And of course, when we initially spoke about it, I mean, you're already up 15% on the stock. But nobody's perfect, except me, of course. Be humble. Be humble. Toasty. Asked why calls on DraftKings Snap, and I said because that's how I feel about those two. As we say, you know, it is what it is, and it's also earnings. It's a freaking gamble. What do you mean, why calls? Well, we're going into earnings, and usually a stock goes either up or down, and my options are either a call or a put. I got a 50-50 shot. I went with calls. What do you mean, why calls? That's why I love people sometimes, you know? It make me laugh. It really make me laugh sometimes. Be humble. Honest volume been crazy. Yeah, you're a bull. The ultra newbies looking for 9 to 12. Let's give them a round. Give them a round of applause. Sucker for honest. Navitas. Navitas. But you gotta remember, he lives in Denmark, right? So we gotta look up the conversion rate. For all we know, he could double the MBOT position and buy a mansion on the riverfront or whatever the hell they got going on over there. Oh, my back. Everyone's joking. Just relax. It's all fun and games till someone gets serious, eh? Yeah, S was a good one. Again, it's taken a while. They've been keeping it flat, basically. But, cybersecurity, I mean, as I said, again, again, little speculation, but in my opinion, I just think it makes sense that the more tech, the more AI we have, the more of a requirement, the more of a necessity we're going to need for cybersecurity in general, kind of across the board. $5 billion in change. Right, we can see, look, EPS starting to trail upward. Revenue slowly stepping up. I mean, I like it. I like it. And again, their revenue hasn't even really exploded yet, and they're only slightly net negative. Yeah, see, it dropped. They're saying it dropped a little bit the other day. Oh, high speculation, the AI bubble. I mean, they dropped it back a point, but it was already down. It wasn't. They didn't rebeat it up. You know what I'm saying? And even if they bring it back here, you can see low 14s. But in my opinion, I do like Sentinel-1. And again, some of these plays, I mean, they might all turn out correct for all we know, but we just don't know when, right? So some of them may pop in a couple weeks, some of them may take a couple months. Freaking DraftKings down to 28. The stock was like 43. And then that company said they're doing parlays. And then the NBA coach and player were doing shady shit. So we dropped DraftKings 35% and had to hit new lows. Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me. Wow, Spy Put's correct at the end of the day. Palantir back down to 187. I really thought they would break that down lower, but they pumped it up. Wow, they brought it up to 189.5. I called puts at like 187 and it just freaking climbed up. But again, we were watching the S&P, and this whole time it should have dropped as it is right now. So that's what I mean. This should have happened here, and they would have been down to 185 instead of 187 right now. And that's what I mean. That's why I talk about this bullshit. And people are like, oh, what do you mean by that? It's like, I don't know, man. I can't explain it to you, Like, it is what it is. I know what I know. And you'll see a situation exactly like this where I'll end up being correct, but it should have been here, but they didn't allow it to happen. Communication in dreams? Oh, shit. Inception, baby. Let's do it. Let's do it. A dream inside of a dream inside of a dream. Lucid dreams. What do they got there? Some MDMA? What do they got? They make you trip out and then they what? Oh my goodness, you still holding that? What's going on with that stock? Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look at this. Oh. Well, you could see a drop, but then you have earnings in a couple of weeks. So, I mean, if you got in here and you held since earnings, I mean, you probably might as well just frickin' hold through the next earnings. The hell's the point at this point, right? Am I right or am I right? These are the breaks. Once again, my patented trademark, early, but correct. People should have done very well in here today. I hope you guys did, and it's just unfortunate that like 10 people are taking this seriously. I mean, again, I'm not expecting to blow up like freaking George Clooney over here, but I thought we'd at least we'd be up to 30, 40 people on the streams here trading, taking these trades, making some money. The hell is everybody? That being said, after I just cried right now, do me a favor and like the stream. Appreciate it. Looking for a like here. Looking for a thumbs up here. Need a couple of likes here. Money flowing out. 6,800 incoming. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, the cream's rising to the top now. When I mentioned the puts on Tesla earlier, it was up a little over 4%, and obviously it kept going, but now it's down sub 4%, so I mean now it's up sub 4%, excuse me. Killian Dub. I don't know what happened. Good for you, Dubs. Noted. Wish I could participate more, beginning up early instead of getting in the middle of the night. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine, brother. It's alright. You do what you have to do. You could just pop in, get some updates here and there when you need them. It's alright. It's alright. I know people have things to do. Why would he move to Europe if you guys wouldn't even hire him? Oh. Oh. Did I say they'd drop it at the end of the day? Or did I say they'd drop it at the end of the day? I mean, take out the cement, take out the graphene, and put the legacy in stone, baby. Set it in stone. The legacy is established, bro. Yeah, if you can't do options and you have to buy shares, you could also look for inverse ETFs if you could buy shares. I mean, I may have mentioned this in the past, but again, you can see this is like the ultra short QQQ, right? So as the NASDAQ starts to drop, this starts to increase, right? So you could buy shares of this if you want down here, like you see here, 1330, now you're up, whatever, 0.7%, almost 1%. So there are ways to do it like that also. Yeah, had a feeling that break was happening though. Had a feeling. Like the song says, oh, sometimes I get a good feeling. I got one. I got one of those just earlier. And look, I was correct. As long as the markets don't crash, in my opinion, Tesla apparently is building frickin' robots over there or whatever they're doing. So, I guess just hang on. Normally the bear market is what, 1 to 2 years? No. No, there is no set time frame. There is no set time frame. Oh yeah, SB doing well, yep. Solid as a rock, that one, huh? Just chilling. Right? Even when the markets were bouncing around the last week or so, SB, what? It was just hanging out like flat at 4.5. Up 3%. Just hangs out. that's why I always liked it. It just kind of hangs out. And if you want, you could trade it, just buy it lower, sell it high, 3 and change, sell it at 4, sell it at 5. Wait for it to pull back if you want, get back in at 4, sell it at 5. Pays a dividend. Low PE. Look at the beta. Again, the beta is the volatility of a stock in relation to the volatility of the overall market. Beta 0.02. If a stock has a beta of 1, it is as volatile as the market. This is that much less volatile than the major indices. Yes, continue to add. Continue to add. I mean, depending on, all specific stocks, I would need to see that you're holding in, obviously. But yeah, if we're talking like HGRAF and MBOT and stuff like that, yeah, if markets start really pulling back, then yeah, you just hang out. And just keep piecing your way in my opinion. Can't buy SQs. Ripped off by exchange rates. Okay. All right, fair enough. Yeah, no, it's probably going to calm down. Even if it quiets down a little bit, I think the support trend line's at like the lower 400, so it could see like a 10-12% sell-off. It could cool off for sure. Yeah, you mentioned something before about a bear multiplier, but Yeah, look for something if you can a little more locally, but like along those lines. And that could be your hedge play when markets decide to sell off. I'm saying in bear market, dollar cost averaging is not good since you are buying and gets lower, contrary to a bull market where you buy and the price goes up. Well, again, when you're buying as it's lower and going lower, you're averaging down. And I don't understand why that is not good. Well, it depends. Again, it depends on, do you have a job? Do you own a business? Do you have expenses? Do you have steady income? You know what I mean? It depends on all of those financials. And that's why there are so many specifics. And when people just talk about like a generalized strategy like that, I don't agree with that, just because unless it's like the end of the economy or the market, then chances are the American value in the companies is going to eventually rebound. And just like they talk about the Great Depression crash, right? There were people who panicked and sold everything at the bottom and lost everything. And there were other people who just held on, kept their faith, in America, in the American economy. And over the years, all of a sudden, they were back up to where they were, and eventually they were profitable. Is it better to buy all in once and not dollar cost averaging? No, I mean, listen, you can try to time the lowest of the low and try to go all in at that price, but again, that'd be extremely difficult to do. And that's why you would more than likely, oh, it dropped a chunk today, I'll buy a little bit more. 2 days later, oh, it's down again, or I'll buy a little bit more, right? It's usually more advantageous to piece your way in. Unless you're really buying into the news or have really high conviction. You're welcome, by the way. You're welcome. You're welcome for the perspective, and you're welcome for the spy break. You're welcome across the board. Oh, appreciate that. You're welcome. You guys are welcome. Spy puts 8, as the kids say. He's on fire. Is it the shoes? We're at the close. I'll be right back. Here we go. Maybe Elon will buy Tesla shares. Who knows? Who knows? What? What are we doing? DraftKings tomorrow. Who? What's today? Wednesday. What day is it? Okay, Wednesday. We have Robinhood. Oh, I told you guys Robinhood sucks, bro. Always said it. I always said Robinhood sucks. Trash. Trashy. Ion Q, anything? Any movement? Ion Q up a little bit here, 2.5% right now. 3 1/3%. Oh, we got some base moving. All right, 4.5%. Ion Q on the move. Ion Q on the move. $58 a share. Up about 5%. Ion Q. Ion Q. AMC. That's coming out in a little bit. Ah, Dutch Bros. Forgot about that one. Dutch Bros cleared 17.5 million. Adjusted EPS 19 cents a share. They were looking for 16.7. Revenue 423.6 million. Analysts expecting 413.5 million. Nice beat for Bros. Dutch Bros, again, coffee company, right now currently down about 1.5%. Looks like came down to this trend line, having a little bounce here. We'll keep an eye on that. Sitting at 55 right now, down 1%. Qualcomm, how you doing? Qualcomm bouncing around right now, currently down 1%. Lost 289. Forecast Q1 sales above expectations. New tax legislation results in $5.7 billion non-cash charge in fourth quarter. Q4 sales and profit top estimates as smartphone demand recovers. Okay. Okay, we're above estimates. 11.27 billion. 11.27 billion versus estimates of 10.77 billion. Driven by a wave of consumers upgrading mid-price smartphones to more expensive devices to handle AI apps. Ah. An expansion of the premium tier. Ah. Which, of course, technically gives them higher margins. Whether it was positioned to profit from AI boom. Qualcomm last month, new series AI chips. Roll out next year. Okay. Okay. Honest, what's going on? Down to $3. Oh, we missed revenue. 92.5 million versus estimates of 99.4 million. Totally not cool. Totally not cool. Oh, man. That is very unfortunate. Honest down 13%, missing on revenue. Down to 286 right now currently. 282 and falling. I do still think in general the stock is undervalued, but it was obviously really bad timing right now. Hopefully we see a little bounce back. It tries to hold like low threes. Oh, that is unfortunate. ARM reported. We're up, we're down. Forecast tops estimate, expectations, helped by AI. We love AI. We love AI. No, that is not what I'm looking for. ARM right now currently up 3 1/3%. 4% after hours. Okay. Snap is up. Ha ha. Oh, baby. Why does it taste so sweet? Snap 1.506 billion versus estimates 1.491 billion. AdBoost unveils deal with Perplexity AI. What I say? Board authorizes repurchase of up to $500 million of Class A common stock. Sees Q4 revenue 1.68 billion to 1.71 billion. Can you see me now? People cry so much about a miss. Why? Because they're that rare. Dubs in the chat. What'd I tell you, Killian? What did I tell you, huh? What did I tell you? Here we go. Here we go. Yo, here's the scenario. Whoo! Whoo! And I hate to call him out. I'm not gonna mention his name, but that guy I told you on X that message back. Oh, why calls? Because I said so. I don't know. The analysis is the analysis. Snapchat up to 880 after hours. Currently up roughly 20%. You had Hood puts? Did you really? Bro, I've been saying Hood sucks. I didn't make a post. I usually make a post daily, right? Earnings are a gamble. These are my calls. I didn't make a post today. I was just chilling on chat, stream, whatever. And honestly, I forgot because I was talking to you guys and I went for a smoke, but I told myself, remember to buy more snap calls before the market closes. And I forgot. And you could see why. Killian, good job, brother. Well done, well done, well done. Spoke about snap, baby. No excuse. I will take a company that beats estimates, beefs up next quarter's forecast, and does a $500 million share repurchase for 1,000, Alex. Joe, what are you doing? Goats in the chat. Meh. Meh. Oh, wait, hold on.
That was easy. That was easy. That was easy.
Oh, love it. Love it! It's going higher, by the way. Might not seem like it now, but it's going higher. Lucia! Fuck yeah, I did, buddy. Honest at 304. Told you, low threes. B&G. B&G. Thank you, Lucio. Thank you, Gonti. I appreciate that, brother. Deli, snapping back. A lot of influences I watch. I've been going back to Snapchat. I'm not an influencer. I don't even really have a phone. I just have it connected to the YouTube, but I don't use it. I don't have any of these apps. I didn't even want to go on X. People told me you should be on X, though, and talk about your stocks. I said, all right, fine. So I have no idea what the app strophere is. I'm just that damn good. That's what it comes down to. B&G adjusted EPS 15 cents versus estimates of 12 cents. Net income 11.7 million. Sales 439.3 million. We were looking for 436.5. They come through with a beat. Outlook fiscal year, Q3 adjusted EBITDA 70.5 million, we'll call it. Outlook fiscal year sales 1.82 to 1.84 billion. Outlook fiscal year adjusted EBITDA 273 to 280 million. Fiscal year adjusted EPS 50 to 58 cents for the fiscal year. Now seeing some positivity and up for B&G, currently up now back above $4, $4.15, up 4.25% beat on the top and bottom line. Elf, I can look at, I completely forgot about. Rip Honest, let's go Snap. Oh, what? Core Civic, no good? Core Civic down 4%. Core Civic Q3 revenue 580.4 million versus estimates 544.4 million. They beat revenue by what, 7%? ICE plans call center to track unaccompanied migrant children. Net income 26.3 million. There it is. There it is. EPS 24 cents versus estimates of 28 cents. Adjusted EBITDA 88.8 million. So if they want to beat it up for those few cents, that is entirely their own prerogative. But this thing's a winner, in my opinion. 580 million. Estimates 543 million. Hold on. We're looking at Elf. Elf down 25%. Again, it was a rough call. That's why I was worried about a pullback. I mean, obviously they broke it even further, but oh man. Annual forecast falls short of market view. 343.9 million versus estimates of 366.4 million. So they missed estimates by a chunk here on the revenue side and apparently lowered their annual forecast moving forward. So they're down about 25%. Damn. Paul Baker popping in. Honest, keep adding now. This is where, like, I first found it around 2.5, 240. So I'm just going to assume it could go back down there. So if you do want to hold it and catch that big recovery, again, they were doing well. This is technically the first miss. I mean, look at this. 3 beats in a row. 5, 6, 7, right? The revenue was going. And they finally missed. It's just unfortunate. But yeah, if you want to add, I'd maybe wait a little bit. Need to learn options. Yep. Thank you. Good reverse. Oh, man. Operating income, slight increase. Uh, $7.5 million decline in diaper revenue due to distribution losses and changes in consumer shopping behavior. However, there was a $4.5 million increase in wipes revenue. Exited low margin businesses in Europe, Asia, and Canada. Margin enhancement initiative. Distribution losses with two of its largest customers. I see. Non-gendered prints. Improve simplicity, focus, profitability. So they feel a year from now, they'll be completely optimized and restructured. Wait a minute, didn't they just shift everything to Honest.com and now the company's transitioning away from Honest.com? I mean, I could double check, but thought that's how I remembered it. It's part of the initiative, optimizing the supply chain footprint. Huh. Cash down a little bit. Assets down. Liabilities down. Uh, Revenue down, share count up. Yep. Yeah, like I said, might see. They might continue to beat it up. Maybe, I don't know. It's all over the place. That's negative. Go back to Snap. Hey. AJ. Chilling. Ah. Outstanding. I like me some CXW. Qualcomm down 2%. Technically beat. Rose now up about 3% almost. IonQ still up about 3% as well. Hood down about 2%. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Leaving retail stores in Canada. Yeah, I saw that. Adding Core Civic. I don't blame you. I don't blame. Like I said, people could focus on the EPS if they want. That revenue was pretty darn healthy. And once again, I think people are missing the big picture there. It's funny that this platform was like, oh, we'll show you extended hours, you know, trading. I don't know. I'm not seeing this move. Not seeing any of this move. Oh, baby. Yeah, honest right now, yeah. I mean, they brought it down to 260, so I'd say maybe like sub 2.5 if you can get it. And Honest seems to be going through some sort of transitioning phase here. They saw the dip in diaper revenue, saw an increase in wipes revenue. So, fortunately, might take them, you know, this quarter, maybe even next quarter to kind of get readjusted. Again, they missed revenue by a couple of mil. Share count went up a little bit. Just a little bit of a rough quarter right now for Honest. If I'm being honest. But I still say again, they could beat it up But when I first started looking at it, like I said, it was in that wedge and it was down to like 2.5, 240. So, I mean, it's almost back to where it started like a year ago or whatever. And even though they just missed earnings slightly, the revenue and the business is technically larger than where it was. Yeah, Elf with a big miss, man. Elf with a big miss. Lowered guidance. It was overvalued, and if you want to maintain that value and keep climbing, I mean, you got to keep hitting it out of the park. And you know, estimates again, like I said, they were up at what, 363 million. They posted like 345 or something. Yeah, you could add more here if you want. And 4%. I'll wait on honest. Yeah, just keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it. CXW, I do like, again, that revenue was healthy. So again, I mean, you know, they can dip it down. Could be just like we saw with AMD, right? They keep it down a little bit, they open it a little red, then all of a sudden everyone just slowly like buys into it throughout the day. Yeah, the big winner though was Snapchat. I had a feeling. I was talking about Snap, I'm pretty sure, all week. Absolutely brilliant. See what the Discord's saying. Honest earnings. People are crying. Pumped about Snap. My man. Banking on that sound hound. Okay. Do I think who could get bought out? Haven't been lucky with earnings. Yeah, that's why it's a gamble. Ah, that's you, huh? That's you over there, huh? Look at you, huh? Look at what you do. Oh, Snapchat. And you came, and you gave, without taking. I closed the day up, huh? Nice. Elf getting decimated. Missed estimates. Lowered forecast. Annual forecast falls short. 344 million. Looking for 366. Missed revenue in the quarter. In the quarter. Lowered forecast. Double negative. Big drop. Currently down 26%. ELF. ELF. Cosmetics. But that's pretty much it. It's enough excitement for one day. Do me a favor before you guys leave. Like the stream if you haven't. That helps me out. Hopefully everyone had a good day. Hopefully everyone's doing alright. I appreciate you hanging out. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your input. I appreciate you. So, thank you again. And have a good evening. Yes, you as well. And I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Catch you on the flip-flop later.